just gonna wait for some people to arrive. How are we doing today? And just wait for some people to show up. Hello. So I do seem to have some people joining me. Hello chat, how's my sound? Can't wait to see these. I want to get the Peach Pit liquid charcoal to try out for myself. That's awesome. Cool. Sounds great. Awesome. So, I thought I was going to do a very limited palette painting, and I might still do a sample of that, but then I went outside to get myself some reference materials. Hey, Lana. When I went outside to get myself some reference materials, and the truth is, these look really cool. I mean, it's spring, and so there's all of these ephemeral things where these colors won't last very long. So I kind of want to do a real color version of this as well. So I might do both. I might just do like a little sample in the very, very limited palette of the charcoal, and then, yeah, we'll see. But I'm gonna set this aside, as pretty as it is, because it's messing with my focus. And then yes, I got the liquid charcoals from Schminke. They finally arrived. I had to get 2 of them and then 1 of them separately because while I was shopping, this went out of stock at Arte Milano, so I had to get this one separately. But yeah, so I've got all 3 now. That is a gorgeous branch. Sorry, these are the liquid charcoal flushing coal from Schminke. They're a new thing. So they're 3 different versions of PBK8. Yeah. You can, it's a gum Arabic base, and a natural pigment made from careful carbonization of cherry pits in this case. This one's peach stones, and this one is grape seeds. So it's 3 different shades of black, but they're all just plant matter that's been burned. So they're all PBK8. And so what you get is 3 different shades of black. So this is like this super, super duper limited palette. Same, 2 from one shop, 1 from another. Yeah. Give me an English red and green gold vibe. Oh, you were asking about what is the branch. The branch is they're maple buds, I think. Some kind of maple. I'm gonna have to wait until the tree actually fully leaves out to figure out what kind of maple. But yes, they have there's just some like, it's such a neat color, and it would be a shame to only do that in these very muted colors. So I am gonna try these muted colors. I'm gonna play with them. I'm gonna do a sketch. Well, I'm gonna do like a color wheel and a sketch, I think, with these, and then I am going to do something a little bit more detailed with full color. I think is my plan for today. But see, these Friday streams, I just sort of figure out what I feel like doing on Friday and make it up as I go along. It's kind of nice. So, yeah. Now to try these, probably get a plate or something, some kind of palette. You know what? I'm just gonna use this. I bet I've got some room on here. Sorry, I'm gonna go wash off a plate. I'll be right back. Oh, never mind, I'll use this one. Heh, you were pretty close to on time. Box of paint. All right, so start with, Right, so I think this is warm, this is sort of neutral, and this is cool. So I'm gonna start with the cherry pit black. Do you know what the binder for the charcoal is? I mean, it says it's gum arabic based. So unlike some other brands that have been in the news recently, Schminke's very, very thorough about their documentation. So here they say, contains biocidal products. They describe on their natural pigment made of careful carbonization of cherry pits, gum arabic base, and without animal ingredients. So it doesn't have oxgall, I guess. Got pigment information. Yeah, it seems to be just, I mean, presumably they've got some kind of wetting agent, like some kind of, yeah. they would face legal issues when they're not transparent. Well, right. I mean, initially I wasn't buying the idea that Daniel Smith was going to face legal issues just based on saying jadeite genuine or whatever on the front. But then I realized that all of the Daniel Smith tubes, sorry, I really should stop with this, bringing up this drama, but they say pigment, genuine jadeite. I mean, and that's on all of them, right? So, yeah, there's some issues there. But I'm pretty sure that Schmincke is being quite thorough about their... And the thing is, when you contact Schmincke, if you have any questions, they answer you. Like, that's the thing, is if they make a mistake, they clear it up. If you have questions about, oh, does it contain this or that, they answer. Can you tell I'm a little bit salty about this whole pigment thing? I think there might be more in their safety sheets. There probably is. They're like, if you look at their watercolor safety sheets, they have like full data. Full, like way more than I could dream of finding for a lot of other brands. It's, yeah. Like, whether it's just because your laws are stricter or they're actually trying harder. I don't know. It's just, it's nice. It's nice to know what you're buying. What's the salt about Daniel Smith and the pigments? Okay, well, so for a long time, people have suspected that the Primatex contains stuff other than what's listed on the label. But most of us sort of suspected this, but didn't really do anything about those suspicions. And finally, someone on Instagram, their handle is World Pigment Day. Lana, you can drop a link in here. Looked at a few of the Daniel Smith paints under a microscope. And this artist has a, I think, a geology background, and so from microscopic analysis was pointing out that a number of the Daniel Smith paints are made with modern synthetic pigments. Was it jadeite is mostly phthalo green, or amazonite is mostly phthalo green, and amethyst is mostly not amethyst, and purpurite, which could be purpurite, that one actually makes a good pigment, is just synthetic manganese violet. So it's upsetting. Paolo was going to do like a spectrography or spectrometry, sorry, to actually figure out the exact wavelength, so then you can isolate exactly what is in the paints and in what proportions. But in some cases it seems like it's straight up lies. Like, the purpurite could be genuine purpurite, but it's not. If you look at it under a microscope, it's synthetically made. So they're just lying. They're lying on their packaging. And now for years, whenever anyone has asked them about like stuff that doesn't stand up to closer inspection, like I had suspicions about amethyst, was one that I'd tried. Amethyst paints out very, very dark, but amethyst is a crystal. So even a very, very dark amethyst, if you grind it up, it's just going to be like clear whitish glitter. It won't keep that color. So how do they make it that dark purple? And for years now, they just haven't been answering. Their labels say that they have the genuine pigment. They say, oh, well, we crushed the stone instead of grinding it or some nonsense. Well, Turns out when you look at them closer, they're not. You can link whatever you like, Lama. Hi, Stephen. Here. I expected amethyst to be much more clear sparkle than almost black. Yeah, it's also just like a level of how much lying too. Where I guess, I don't know why, but I thought, okay, well maybe there's some shenanigans going on. But you know, maybe what they did was they took, a lot of amethysts are actually dyed, like even when you buy an amethyst crystal, often it's dyed. So I wondered, okay, well, what if they're using the standard practice of dyeing amethysts, and that is amethyst in there, they're just not disclosing that they treated the amethyst first. Like, that they ground it up and then treated the shards, or something. I mean, I don't know, like, why, you know, if they're gonna lie, why not go all the way, right? Why not just use manganese violet instead of purpurite? It's cheaper. So they're clearly just lying, but it's disappointing, I guess. Yeah. Today I watched a stream of the Daniel Smith CEO, and they claimed that it's pure pigment too. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's clearly not. So, you know, get your story, like, come up with some kind of story that sort of makes sense, right? Okay, so this one, let's find a pen that works. Black from Schminke and liquid charcoal, cherry pit black, and that one is PBK8. I really like the texture in here. Hi Gabor, how are you? Still super pretty, but wasn't what I thought it would do. Yes, and I mean, I think that's the fundamental issue, where if they had marketed this line as, you know what we did, we really wanted to offer you the experience of painting with gemstones. So we sourced the brightest gemstones we could find, and then where necessary, we added some modern pigments so that you could have the feeling of painting with what the actual gemstone looks like, or something. Like, they could have spun this and still sold the same paints at the same price, and people would buy them. I would probably buy them. Now I'm kind of annoyed. Like, I'd like to, So what is amethyst made of? Dioxazine purple. Yeah, it's dioxazine purple with something, some kind of grit in it. And with a lot of these, it's like 90% an identifiable, and it's about 90% like a very even identifiable synthetic pigment, and 10% something else. And in many cases, the 10% something else, it could be the genuine pigment, or it could be something else entirely. Like, at that point, it's unclear that there's, you know, okay, so there's crystalline particles of something in amethyst. Is it actually amethyst, or at that point did they just throw in some quartz, you know? Like, yeah. Okay, so this has 5-star light fastness. That is even phrased so much better. There you go. See, I'm just doing all the marketing work for Daniel Smith, except that they won't listen to me. Sucks to be them. It matters though. I have 2 pigments that they fibbed and said they were pure, and both have had organic material added. This literally defeats the phrase pure. Well, right, I wouldn't say pure. But someone said, oh, they're inspired by genuine pigments. And like, yeah, I mean, that's probably even more accurate, but I would have accepted, we're doing the best we can to offer you amethyst, but you know, you wouldn't want to paint with pure amethyst, so we've added some other stuff. As long as you say what you're doing, as long as you're, yeah. Amethyst and dioxazine are not interchangeable as far as I can tell. Yeah, so they are also, well, the other thing about Daniel Smith is they're definitely lying about what else is in their paint, where they claim there is no wetting agent, but there is. Who knows what it is, but there is a wetting agent. It's just lies all around, so it's unclear. There are a lot of ways of manipulating pigments to make them behave one way or another. Amethyst isn't as staining as dioxazine, and it's got some granulation, like it's got some clear sparkly granulation, and it's got some black granulation. World Pigment Day hasn't released, I don't think, the microscope slides of amethyst. Those are coming up next week. But they did say it's pretty clearly largely dioxazine purple. As for what the other stuff is, it might be amethyst. And so what they could have done potentially, like the best case scenario here is they put 10% full amethyst geodes with the gray stuff and the hull and everything all in, and 90% dioxazine. And so then the amethyst would provide both the clear sparkle and like the somewhat less punchy property, as well as like that darker granulation that you see in the amethyst. And then the dioxazine would provide most of the color. And potentially they also threw in something else, some kind of lifting preparation or something. But the thing is, you can't really, like, you can't trust anything they say, because it's all lies. So it's frustrating, not just from it's frustrating if you're someone who wants to know what it is you're working with, because you need to pass that on to clients. Like, how am I supposed to trust your light fastness ratings? Let's see chromatography on lots and lots of paints and brands. I mean, honestly, yeah. I feel like this should be the standard. You know, I feel like there's too much that goes on in the art world with, like, you know, the Stuart Semple thing with the world's pinkest pink or whatever, like, it's not. You didn't invent a new substance. It's just BV1. That's all you're using. But like, it shouldn't be up to the consumers to be having to check individual tubes, you know? Like, it should. There are a lot of industries where there's just an expectation that these things are published, and I think that there's been, you know, artists have been treated as, oh, well, you're wishy-washy and whatever, and we can just sort of muck around. Their light fastness ratings are often off. Yeah. yeah, so I'm just kind of just generally annoyed at Daniel Smith right this instant. And like, I feel kind of stupid about it because it's nothing surprising. Like, a lot of this is stuff that I strongly suspected before, so it's not like I didn't think that I would be affected this way. Hi, Paulo. We were just talking about this testing that you're gonna do. Chromatography on everything. So now I'm testing the peach stone black here. I really like the granulation of these. Like, they've got some really neat texture. Nice diffusion. I'm off camera. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Here we go. I also never assumed that the Primatex were made solely from that stone. I figured they used other stuff too. Yeah, I guess I also figured that. But then Alex pointed out, she took a picture of one of the sides of the tubes, and then I checked, it's all of them. So it's not just that the front says jadeite genuine. I mean, this I would almost accept, that what they're saying is it contains jadeite genuine and other stuff. But then if you look at the side, they have a whole little thing where they say pigment, genuine jadeite. Do they say pigment, PG7, phthalo green, 90%, and then genuine jadeite, 10%? No. Do they even list phthalo green anywhere in here? No. Only one, like, that is lying. I'm sorry, that's not being fanciful or poetic or whatever. This is lying. Honestly, Daniel Smith used to be my favorite watercolor, but I don't think I'll buy another tube. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll get over it. I have gotten over some other things like this, but and I have plenty of Daniel Smith in my collection, so I'll definitely keep using it, including some of those Primatex, including that jadeite that I just pointed out. Like, they're nice paints, but yes, I guess I'm not thrilled about supporting lying business practices like that. So, unless they come up with some real good apology real soon, which doesn't seem like this is what they're intending to do. I think they're just hoping it'll blow over. If they are lying about this, can we be sure they didn't lie about other stuff? Well, so that is my big concern. Like, if you are just completely mislabeling things, how do I know that everything else in your line isn't mislabeled too? And as a consumer, I am not, like, I don't have the ability to fully test every tube of paint that comes into my possession. So if you are going to lie about what's in it, then I'm not going to buy it. The handprint guy was skeptical over a decade ago. I mean, I was skeptical over a decade ago. I don't I just, well, maybe not over a decade ago, but like 6 or 7 years ago or whatever, when I first came across it, which is why I'm a little surprised that this is affecting, oh shoot, liquid charcoal. Yeah, whatever. Cold brand, Schminke, light fastness, 5. They don't have any like granulation or whatever information, but it's visible. It has some granulation, and again, they're all PBK 8. I remember the spin doctor contacting them and getting almost no information. I've tried to ask their reps twice. They ignore it. And when somebody gets through to them and actually gets this question answered, they just repeat their marketing. We use a patented process to crush rather than grind our stones. Okay, cool. Doesn't change the fact that that's not what amethyst looks like. Maybe they're not vegan. Well, right, so you don't know anything. Like, you can't trust anything they say. And I guess that's sort of what I'm... Like, maybe I was being naive. Maybe I was being naive, but I guess I thought, well, they're trying to make genuine gemstones and, you know, whatever. Maybe there's like just something in the little something extra in some of them. Well, you know, that's not ideal, but like, it's not, they're just lying. Okay, and then I'm actually really looking forward to making a color wheel with these. So they had a live on Facebook yesterday, I believe. I didn't watch it, I only heard about it third hand, so can't really comment, but apparently it didn't go so great. Color line. How is this black liquid charcoal different from a black watercolor? As far as I can tell, it isn't. It is a black watercolor. It is pigment PBK 8, which is, of course, just charcoal. It's 3 different versions of pigment PBK 8. Sorry, here it is. Pigment PBK 8. And when Schminke says that this is the pigment in it, I trust that Schminke didn't put other nonsense in. They tell you what they made the pigment from, which pits it is, so that's kind of neat, but it is black watercolor. It's exactly what it is. Carbon black. Did people inquire about the permatext? Yes. My understanding is that people inquired about the permatext and got the, oh, they're genuine pigments, were ground up. They got the generic response, and they said, well, have you seen this analysis that shows that they're really, really not? And they responded with something basically brushing people off, saying, well, if you don't like them, you don't have to buy them. Which is like, yep, that's true. If I don't like them, I don't have to support your company. But it kind of sucks as a marketing response. Hi, Alex. Yeah, so it's very much a watercolor. I do enjoy working with liquid charcoal or watercolor charcoal or whatever. It's all the same stuff. It has some cool patterns. This one has 3 different varieties. I thought this would make like a really interesting, very, very, very limited palette. And also that, you know, some of these could be used in like somewhat less limited palettes, but where you want to have just, for example, if you're making a Zorn palette, you could use, often in the traditional Zorn palette, which is oil paint, they use ivory black, which has a bluish tone when it's mixed with white. In watercolor, you wouldn't use white, so ivory black just comes out looking like black. It doesn't function as a blue at all. But this grapeseed black that's a little bit bluish might. So you could use this in a Zorn palette maybe. I thought it was pretty neat. I was, I guess, hoping they would be a little bit more different than they are, but they are really all quite nice, and I really use them, so... Hey, whoops. Sorry. I think the images were enhanced. They look very similar in auto swatches too. Do they granulate? Yes, they granulate really beautifully. So the grapeseed seems to granulate most, the most pronounced way. There's the cherry pit. They've got some really beautiful granulation, and the granulation is different in each one. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, that was kind of dumb, wasn't it? And so then I can do there. And there. Okay. I'm not gonna do anything too complicated for this color wheel. Yeah, they are huge tubes too. Okay, so if I cherry pit here, and they seem to liquefy pretty readily for a watercolor. I mean, I am working with them straight from the tube, so if I let them dry in a pan, I don't know, they might be more similar to what I would expect from something labeled a carbon black and watercolor. I think they're effectively just a watercolor though, like they might be marketed at a very slightly different audience, but is this a limited edition? I don't think it's a limited edition. I think it's just a new product they're offering. There's another brand selling liquid charcoal for almost double the price. Maybe it's targeted at the same audience. So I haven't tried the other tube charcoal. I do have the what's it called? The Viarco block charcoal, and I've used that for some pieces. I really enjoy that stuff. Like for monochrome, I use it basically like watercolor, but monochrome watercolor. You know, sometimes adding extra color is just not something you want. If you want to draw things, but you don't want, if you want to draw things, but you don't want to be, you know, fiddling with pencils. You want to cover a nice area, be able to vary your washes easily, etc. Okay, I want to lift up some more here. I wonder whether it's erasable. That's actually another thing that I will try out in a moment. I suspect yes, but not fully. But that is also the case for, you know, carbon watercolor. So does this dry significantly lighter like water-soluble graphite? No, it dries dark, like PBK 8 watercolor. I almost bought some charcoal today, but then I remembered how I hate to have messy hands. I have messy hands all the time, and I still can't handle charcoal because I'm so, like, fundamentally a messy person, but I would like to believe that I can make art that's not just a messy dump. Yeah, I would say this cherry pit black is pretty black. But the grapeseed actually does have like a visible blue tint to it. Like noticeably, even without being next to the others. Like if it was sold to me as a Payne's Gray, I would be like, well, this is a fairly black Payne's Gray, but you know, I would accept it as a Payne's Gray. Now, if it was sold to me as, you know, some other pigment, then I would be angry. If it was sold to me as sodalite, ooh. Oh, I'm a really messy person, don't get me wrong. All my family complain about that. Oh, my family complain about me being messy. But I like drawing really detailed, nice, delicate things, and then I smudge my messy hands all over them. So charcoal is not for me. Charcoal is for people who are either inherently very neat people or for people who really embrace their messiness, and I'm somewhere in that middle zone. But this stuff, it doesn't smudge as much because of the gum arabic, I think. Well, actually, I mean, I haven't tried smudging the Schminke ones that I'm testing right now yet. We can try that next. Well, this is quite the color wheel I've got going here. From black to black, to black, to black. Let's get a little bit more of this one in here. I mean, I can sort of see the differences. Fascinating content. You guys, this color wheel of blacks is almost as fascinating as that time I made you watch me use a label maker for an hour. Really, I am the queen of captivating content. Are you mixing the different paints? Yes, I am. Can't you tell? In my beautiful color wheel where I have this mix of black and other black. Hi, Shelby. Welcome to my very fascinating channel where I mix color wheels with black and other black. Now would be a great time to plug the plug my Patreon. On Sunday, I'm offering a Patreon-only stream where I'm teaching people how to paint crusty twigs. It'll be even more fascinating than this how to mix black with black lesson. Link is in the video description. Oh, I missed the label maker. Bummer. Yeah. When I filled my palette, I spent an hour labeling the sides of my palettes with a label maker because I save nothing but the best content for the most fascinating content for these Friday streams. Can you see how the different blacks are different? It's actually visible. Sort of. Sorry, I didn't hear a link to what? My Patreon, right. Have you been practicing casein? Yes, a little bit. I'm taking a gouache course, which isn't casein, but it's got some similarities. The first assignment is really challenging me with like painting even. We've got some reference photos and we're supposed to be painting in like very even color blocks. So I'm doing a version with casein as well as a version with gouache because the casein lends itself really nicely to that and doesn't pick up like the gouache, so it's sort of a nice intro. Haven't really mastered it though. The conversation is where it's at anyway. I think I might be colorblind then. You're really missing out, Paula. This is like a real stunner of a color wheel here. Okay, and then we're gonna take some of this and some of this one and do a mixed part in here. Well, I considered subdividing it more. I'm glad I didn't because that would have been real exciting. When you dilute the charcoals, are they any different? Yes. They are actually visibly different. Maybe if I bring it closer, you can see more detail. Super awkward for me to paint with the camera right here, but yeah, so I would say that the grape black, the blue black is like visibly quite different. The other two, I mean, side by side, you can see the difference, but I wouldn't, you know, one or the other in a palette would be fine. But the grapeseed, I mean, it really has like a pretty, like almost blue granulation. If this was Daniel Smith, I'd be suspecting shenanigans. Yeah, the blue one really, like the blue one really has a blue. The brown one, it's a little brownish. Here, actually, let's try something else. If I do another color wheel here, and I just use the, let's see. And I then do something like, I don't know. This. another color wheel. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna zoom you back out again because this is a really awkward place for me to have my camera. If I do another color wheel, but I'm gonna make a Zorn palette. That's what I'm gonna do with this one. If I can figure out where I've hidden. I don't really use yellow ochre, so I'm trying to figure out what palette I'm likely to have yellow ochre in. You're sort of like a yellow ochre. You're sort of like a yellow ochre, right? Okay, there we go. So use that, and I also don't really use cadmium red. So instead of cadmium red, I'm going to use highball red. Okay, so I'm going to do a watercolor Zorn palette. So I have this thing, which is some kind of yellow ochre. For some reason, it's not labeled. But it's some kind of yellow ochre thing from Roman Schmal. Oh, you know what? This might be a Naples. Never mind. Right? Let me test that. I might have a different one. It's a better choice. Or I could use Quinn Gold. Huh. That's a thought. Okay. Should I use Quinn Gold for I don't even have to go for the Daniel Smith one because I have a different Quinn Gold now. Yeah, I'm gonna accept this as a yellow ochre. Okay, do you guys want yellow ochre or Quinn Gold as my yellow in this Zorn palette? Mystery not labeled pen. Okay, I'm gonna use this one because it's closer. I ordered some paints from Penn, who just started making paints. Full pans, all kinds of weird pigments. And Nightwish watercolors, I believe, something like that. Quinn Gold, the missing pen appeared? No, different Quinn Gold. Not Daniel Smith. We're not using any Daniel Smith today. This, I believe, is some kind of Naples yellowy thing from, or yellow ochre thing from Roman Schmal, but I labeled all my Roman Schmal and somehow the label came off this one, or I forgot to label it or something. So I don't really know entirely what it is. Sorry. It's a Roman Schmal. I can probably match it to what I actually own. There can't be that many options. But sometimes in the mystery or overstock cases, I have extra paints. So then if I use red, so this is PR 254. This is your standard red, which I also don't use very much. Hence why I'm pulling it out of the core palette rather than, you know, my regular palette. Okay, and then let's pick up some this here. And then we can do the blue here. Okay. Is the Quinn Gold still missing? Yeah, it's somewhere in my house. Goodness, who knows? Okay, so then if I take this and that's a real attractive green color. Ugh. But it is green. Well, it kind of looks like bird shit. It is green. So I still have lots of Quinn Gold. There's a pan missing somewhere in my house. It's not a full pan, like it's a full pan, but it's not, you know, there's only a little bit in it. And goodness knows where it went. Okay. Well, yeah, those are sort of greenish colors, I guess. Let's see if I can get a little bit more saturation in there. Yeah, okay. And then if I do same with red, put that over there. Okay, that's actually super pretty. You know what? I think I might be able to do something with this. What brush am I using today? Today this is a number 6 Rosemary & Co. Sable Blend. What brush am I using? The answer, by the way, is always whatever I just grabbed. And more often than not, that's a Rosemary brush because they are awesome and I like their prices. Now, orange time, indeed. So much orange. And this will be a fairly nice bright orange. So I'm thinking I could actually do a limited palette for my branch there that I was looking at painting. Including this, something like this, but I would replace this yellow ochre because it's really not the prettiest thing. It really isn't moving. There. Would be a good triad for the lichen on page 320 in the book. Okay, well, I will have to go look up what the lichen on page 320 in the book is. If you want to send me a message with that page number so I can look it up later, because I'm not gonna dig up a book right now. Okay, well that's, no, move. Princeton Heritage, round number 8. The point went ragged after just a couple of hours. Oh, that's no good. Okay, cool. So, those are interesting. I'm going to try a third triad, I think. Yeah, so for my third triad, I'm going to keep this blue-black, which I'm really enjoying using. So I'm going to keep that as my blue. Instead of yellow, I'm going to use green gold. And instead of red, okay, sorry, I need to wash my hands because I just got paint all over them. I will be right back. Gotta go. Thanks for the chat, guys. Bye, Shelby. And Jill's also leaving. Bye, Jill. German flag colors. Also Belgium. Okay. All right. So, for those of you who didn't catch the very beginning of this stream, so I was originally going to do a very, very limited color painting, sort of gamut masking, just, only these 3 colors. So I went outside to go find myself, a nice colorful something to paint in a very limited color palette, and I got this branch. Sorry. Oh my goodness, my desk is a disaster. I got this branch, which is really, really lovely. So this is a, sorry, get me some more light. One moment. Yeah, so this has, I figured I would use green gold and one of the blacks, and then I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do for the reds, but I think that this would actually work really nicely with using this blue black. And I don't really want to use all blacks because honestly, this is such a ephemeral part of spring where you get to see these little blooms that I just want to capture them in real color. And this is my stream and I do whatever I want. So there, I'm gonna paint this. Yeah. but so I just need to decide what red I'm going to use. So it worked out pretty all right with the Pyrrole red. But I think I might just use the carmine. I think I'm going to use the carmine in my regular palette. I think that's my plan. So I'm going to move some stuff and set up my palette. And then I'm going to use my regular palette. I think you can make 3 paintings using each of the blacks maybe in other colors. That sounds like a great idea, but probably not all today. Today I'm going to make 1 painting. I have about 10 huarachas for that reason top of spring, and I've got purples, reds, oranges. I don't think I understood that full sentence. Box of paint. Yes, so I think that a lot of these blacks, like I've been experimenting with painting with really muted colors as well. So using a lot of Potter's pink and like very heavily granulating muted colors to paint some of the like winter foliage. I think I did a stream on that, like winter weeds and how they get like all tan and speckly and tattered. Stuff like this leaf, or these, but those dry things can last a long time, whereas my maple branches here won't. So we're gonna do the maple branches today. And I'm gonna make a 3rd color wheel. And I'm trying to decide whether I can squeeze it in here, or whether, So much stuff on my desk. Sorry, I need to refill my water and get myself a drink. I'll be right back. My water's all red. Make it smaller. those examples seem hard to draw. Oh, my plants that I was showing. But they're that's the stuff that's fun to draw. Come to my Patreon stream on Sunday for $10 a month, and you don't have to pay till next month. And I'll be doing a little lesson on painting lichen. I really, really enjoy these complicated shapes. That's the stuff I really thrive on. It's a plant. Common name I think is Oh, okay, Hucheras. You just spoonerized some of the letters there. Okay. Yes. I have a bunch of them too. Okay. Yeah. I was like, what's a huaracha? Like huarache? Like the sandals? Or yeah, Huchera. Yes, I have them too. I've got some Perrier and juice too, which is this delicious thing that I'm hooked on. Okay, yeah, I think I might try to squeeze in a little bitty. Are you dry? Close enough? Yeah, I'm gonna try to squeeze in a little bitty Hey, why aren't you spinning? Look at me. Well, that was messy. Did you just say pineapple and pear? Pineapple and mango. Oh, and I put this like really close to the other one. Okay, I'm gonna move this. Getting out an eraser. You know how infrequently I use an eraser? Oh, I wanted to, damn it. I wanted to test how erasers work on this stuff. So if I erase out these highlights, they really don't erase much. So they're pretty heavy on I would say they're pretty heavy on the gum arabic. The gum arabic makes them not erase as well. So the other liquid charcoal that I have erases more, but that also means it probably smudges more. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, if I start there we go. That's only somewhat annoying. Okay. No good at the circle business. Okay. Third time's the charm. The art graph charcoal do erase. Yes. I think that's the stuff I have. doing? Okay. There we go. Okay. And then this one, it really doesn't like spinning around this axis. Okay. Let's try this one. Okay. You know what? Forget it. We are going to do this a different way. We are going to just simply take this and this and take this. Okay. I have one of those compasses and it sticks. It really does stick. It's kind of annoying. That is such a cool gadget. It is a really cool gadget. I can thank Ev for pointing this cool gadget out to me. And it's really awesome. But when you try to use the smaller diameter thing, it just sticks a lot. My phone deleted all the photos I had and none were backed up. Oh, all the Dante adventures are lost. Oh, shoot. What is Lee doing? Okay, so now we're gonna move on to here. Beep boop. And I'm gonna clear off a section of my palette. And we're going to paint with some, we are painting triads. So, I'm gonna use PV19 from Da Vinci. They're carmine, so it's like a very interesting version of a Quinn rose. It's like very reddish and very pretty. I like it. It's in my regular palette, so I'm using 2 colors from my regular palette. That and using 2 colors from my regular palette. So I'm going to use green gold and carmine from my regular palette, and I will use, sorry, trying to get everything in frame, but also I know that if everything is in frame, it's often really not convenient for you guys. Okay, so for now it's just going to be this, but when I move it over, I'll move the palette over so you can see what I'm mixing as well. Yeah. And then I'm gonna paint some maple branch with some buds on it, which looks really cool, using the blue black, the grapeseed black as one of my colors. So for this is the color wheel that I'm going to use, I think, for this painting. So instead of a yellow, I'm using this green gold color. I'm just going to use 3 colors. And instead of yeah, so then for my red or magenta spot, I'm going to use this PV19 carmine color. Oop. And apparently contaminated a bit, but that's fine. Let's make sure that I get some more of that. And then instead of a blue, I'm using this black. Kind of like it. It's kind of cool. Yeah, it is pretty fun. I am enjoying this stuff. Anyway, so this has a black. This is a black, but it's a sort of bluish black, and it granulates out, so it leaves a sort of bluish trace to it. As such. The water brush is freaking me out. This? What's freaking you out about it? I have so many questions. About the presence of the water brush? Sorry, go ahead, ask your questions. What is the water brush doing there? It's just there. I'm a messy person, so it's on my desk. I was reorganizing my my travel kit. So the water brush migrated there. It's not actively doing anything other than sitting there. And it might be filled with vodka, I'm not sure. My water brushes often are. Were you painting outside? Recently? No. I think the last time I painted outside was... oh gosh. Oh, that's a beautiful color. I'm glad I picked this. Oh, this is such a nice palette. Oh, this is so beautiful. Look at this orange. Look at this orange. Oh my goodness. Huh. That's so pretty. That's so pretty. There is vodka in the water brush. Yeah, so I sometimes put vodka in my water brushes if I'm going to paint out in the winter. So given that it's spring, that water brush might well contain vodka. Lauren, you never rebelled and I mean, never mind that. Mom and Dad never served you anything. You tasted vodka out of my room when I was well, no, I guess I wasn't underage anymore. Oh, that's so pretty. This is so pretty. Like, ooh, look at that. That's such a pretty color. Oh my goodness. My new favorite mix. It's just burning stuff doesn't taste good. Makes you feel good though? I mean, maybe. I really don't enjoy drinking anymore. To be honest, I never really enjoyed being drunk. I do enjoy some alcoholic beverages, but I really don't drink at all anymore because it gives me a really bad headache pretty much right away. Like, it's not a hangover, it's like right away, right when I have some. So kind of defeats the point a little bit. Oh, and this actually makes it green. Oh my goodness. This is a brilliant palette. I'm so happy with it. I'm so happy with this. You guys, this is so good. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is like way better than I expected. I chose this because I thought, okay, well, you know, it's a good idea to challenge myself sometimes, but I'm actually really enjoying this. How many more degrees would vodka get you over water? I'm not sure. Many, but certainly more than I need. Like, I've never had a vodka brush freeze while I'm out painting. I like alcohol with a little cannabis. Okay, Stephen, how about you stop being a bad influence on my underage brother, huh? And then, brother, anybody tried ecstasy? Jesus! Why are we having this conversation in my stream? I do drink beer or wine for the taste, but it's like 1 bottle per year, not often. Yeah, so I never enjoyed being drunk, so I never drank very much. But I do enjoy rum. I enjoy some beers. Like, I really like dark beers. I like ciders. I like some wines. But I get really bad headaches these days if I drink. So it's like, you know, that kind of takes the fun out of it. So I haven't had a drink in well over a year. I tried a point of ecstasy. That was enough. A line would be wow. Stephen, you are such a wonderful influence on my 18-year-old brother. Please stop. am the family's example to all the kids. Problem is, it was my sisters that did all this stuff. I was the goody two-shoes. But see, the thing is, despite being the goody two-shoes, I think none of my siblings really rebelled very much. The truth is, our parents weren't terribly controlling with me. Lauren had a somewhat stricter upbringing because Lauren kept breaking the rules when he was younger. So by the time he was up in high school, they were watching over him like a hawk. With me, the rules growing up, like in high school, were my parents just needed to know where I was. So I went to parties and stuff. I did try alcohol when I was underage, and my parents knew about it. And then Lauren, while my brother is here, Lauren, the little brat, he is many years younger than me. So I was in university when he was a little toddler. And by that point, I was of age and I had alcohol in my room. And he came into my room, and at one point, my little 2 or 3 year old brother comes to report to me the following. Lee, I like this wine, but not this one. So I like this wine, all alcohol was wine. I like this wine, he's pointing at a bottle of Sambuca, but not this one. He points at a bottle of rum. And I go, how much did you have, child? Dad. I asked you actually, Lauren, you said you just licked the rims mostly. And you never actually got drunk, but when you were a little teeny tiny baby, actually at one of Dad's holiday parties, one of his coworkers, you kept on reaching for everyone's glasses, and one of his coworkers said the way to deal with babies who reach for wine glasses is you let them have some. And it teaches them real quick. Well, the problem was, Lauren and your chubby little paws, you were a little baby, you grabbed, so I was like 15 at the time. I was not old enough to be drinking myself, and I was at my parents' holiday party. So I think it must have been Steve gave me his wine glass. You grabbed it with your little paws and chugged it, like took a sip, tasted it, decided you wanted more, and knocked it back. Little baby. Hashtag COVID. Yeah, well, you know, this was before COVID, when we were all comfortable with sharing everything. Always back with, no, sorry, different Stephen. Different, yeah. Different Stephen. I cut school to play chess. I was literally a nerd. Yeah, I mean, I did similar things where I was on every team and club and whatever, and so I would cut school to, you know, work on the yearbook or whatever. These are interesting questions today. I'm a little concerned, to be honest. So this is what I'm going to use today for my spring triad. not that kind of a channel, child. So, the page across. Back to work for me, like and sub, guys. Te amo, Lauren. Thanks for livening up the stream. What is the red in the chosen palette? The red is Carmine by Da Vinci. It's a PB19. My YouTube channel compares paints via Venn diagram. Sometimes boring is in fact best, because this is my audience. Nice and boring, and not a discussion of whatever was going on today. And oh boy, okay. Not boring if we all love it. There we go. Okay, so this can move forward, and this can move forward. Sorry, trying to get you all the things in the frame. This moves here, and this moves here, and this moves down a little. And that should give you my mixing palette and my artwork. I don't think it's boring. We had such exciting discussions. I agreed. I'm just kidding. My brother came in here with, you know, whatever was going on in his head today. And I'm glad that he's having these conversations, I guess. I'm glad he's having these conversations here rather than, you know, not here, where his much older sister can't keep an eye on him. Is plant-based another term for vegan, vegetarian, or does it mean mainly plants? I mean over 99% for myself. Yeah, I mean, I think some people will say they eat plant-based if they eat like a mostly vegan diet, but they maybe aren't, you know, lifestyle vegan, where they might wear leather or take some milk-based supplements, or you know, because vegan is not just a diet, it's a lifestyle. And I think some people just don't like some of the associations with vegan. Or, there's vegans won't use any animal-based products, but like, for example, I don't have any major ethical issues with honey. I'm not vegan. My ethics are far from perfect. And I have some mixed thoughts anyway, where I think that veganism is great in many respects, but whatever. I'm not sure that if I was actually living my ideal, most ethical life, that would look like veganism anyway. Which I'm not. Like, don't get me wrong. I think that most vegans are living a much more ethical lifestyle than I am. But anyway, complicated thoughts. There's lots of reasons why people don't want to call themselves vegan. Thing is, I consider myself vegetarian, but my supplements or medicine might contain gelatin, and I can't get something else and not use it because deficiency. So it's not like I would eat steak or something. There is no option. I still have my wallet, belt, baseball glove, other things of that sort. I mainly mean my diet. Yeah. And for what it's worth, like, I am not the vegan police, as I mentioned. I'm not even vegan. I was for a while. So, if you want to call yourself vegan, and you have a leather belt, or eat honey, or, whatever, no judgment from me. That's just Lana had asked about why people might choose to say plant-based instead of vegan. And I know that for some people that's a reason. But don't feel like I'm judging you if you call yourself vegan. And, use a different definition. Take your meds, vaccines, whatever. Don't over-veganize things. I know some very ethical honey producers. Yeah, I don't really have... I guess I have some issues with some honey industry, but it's not about the bees. Things like the almond industry that depend on shipping and bees. There are some issues with that. But I don't feel like not eating honey is really the solution. The solution is don't drink almond milk. But, that's... that'll go over real great with the vegan community. Anyway, yeah. The truth is, it's really complicated and difficult to make perfectly ethical decisions. I know that I don't. I really admire people who make an effort to make more ethical decisions, whether that's for animal rights reasons or just diet and health reasons. Like, it's all very, very cool, and I have lots of respect for that. Yeah. I am vegetarian, but I do have some dairy and egg products. Not very much. The truth is, I don't tolerate milk products real well, so that makes it easy to not drink too much milk. Although I do enjoy the occasional ice cream. And butter is tasty. The thing with bees is that they pollinate almost everything, so where's the line, right? So the issue, I think, with beekeeping is not your average, like, individual beekeeper who has a hive. Commercial beekeeping, though, depends on large groups of hives that get shipped around the country. So they get shipped to massive almond farms when almonds are in flower, and then they pack up the hives and ship them across the country to vineyards to pollinate grapes or whatever. So they ship them around, and there's some cruelty to the bees. There's also some, which honestly it's not that bad, but then there's some additional concerns about wiping out natural bee populations like native bees. When we think of honey, we're talking about European honeybees, which aren't native to North America. So, you know, whole bunches of questions about that. The truth is, it's really difficult to eat or live a perfectly ethical lifestyle. And a lot of different people will have different opinions about the best way to approach that. And reasonable people will recognize that nobody has, the one right answer. So in general, eating less animal products probably reduces your impact in most places. Obvious exceptions. If you live in the Arctic, shipping in your vegetables probably not actually all that sustainable. It depends. Okay, there's amazing coconut ice cream out there without milk. That bee shipping sounds just wrong. Yeah. Luzini says, hi guys, wow, I'm completely lost in time. Can't believe it's Friday already and the stream's been running for a couple of hours. Sorry, I ended up realizing so late. No problem. So it is spring in Canada. And we've got our maple leaves in our maple trees are budding. So these are maple buds, little flowers. And I am drawing that. Liquid charcoal, what? Yeah, so I started out with liquid charcoal. And I swatched the Schmincke liquid charcoal. I made some limited color wheels. I'm going to be using this little one here, which is green gold, PY 129, carmine from Da Vinci, which is a PV 19, and the blue black charcoal, which is PBK 8, but it's grapeseed black. And now you're all caught up. You also missed my brother marauding in here and asking all sorts of weird questions, so, that happened. I was corrupting her brother. I don't know, because he thinks it's funny to mess with me. Yeah, that's just what my brother needs. Definitely. Mm-hmm. You and I, we need to have a talk. Okay, let's get some of this in here. And actually, I'm gonna drop a little bit more so that I can have a little dollop here and a little dollop here. Hi, Alex. Okay. Oh, all right. I see. That's what's going on here. So that needs to come up like this. Oh, I see. That's why it looked so short. Because I messed up. Got carried away. Okay. I'm going to start dabbing in some of these details. Hi, Alex. Yes, let others make mistakes. You learn from them. I don't really know that my brother learns from his own mistakes, never mind other people's. Yeah, I'm not sure that yeah. I think he's as likely as not to get other people got to do exciting things and I haven't. So it's okay if I try ecstasy because other people did it and they turned out okay. Than anything else. And yeah, I would be concerned that if he's asking those questions, it's often because he's acquired access to something and it's a yes. But nonetheless, I'm glad that he's, better than he comes here, I guess. So, some of the other alternatives. So for example, everyone told me to get a good brush for painting, right? So I did, but I didn't do what I wanted it to. I can't. Turns out that particular brush was a bad one. Oh no. Does your preference for brushes change? Because I switch them up often. Yeah, I mean, I've evolved a little. I'm mostly with size of brushes, where when I started out, I struggled to get the detail I wanted, so I felt like I wanted always like a smaller brush. And as I've developed, I've discovered that really I often don't need or want the really teeny tiny brushes. I don't understand flat brushes and watercolor. It just does not work for me. I tend to use round brushes a lot, but I do like some flats from time to time. So this is why I tend to favor Kolinsky, is it snaps back to a really fine point. But it's got lots of water retention, so it distributes the water back out nicely. So, you know, while we're talking about getting back to, you know, turning back to the ethics discussion from earlier, that's one of my, these are cruelty-full brushes. They are very cruel, but, you know, it's one of the things I use. Might be preparing my kitchen herb garden I got from Flying Tiger. Yay! My two sets that are most used are Ken Bromley Artist Value and Proline Plus. They do exactly what I expect them to do. That's good. Sorry, let me just. I was gifted a Princeton Neptune, can't get them in Germany in a small size. It was so nice for details. I'd like to try a small size Princeton Neptune. I have a gigantic Princeton Neptune, which is, you know, it's good for washes, but what else are you going to use it for? Hi guys, I just won an auction on The Artist's Guide to Sketching by James Gurney and Thomas Kincaid. Oh, nice. By the way, guys, I have a copy of that book. If somebody wants it, I'll part with it for the price of shipping. Which will be very expensive because I'm in Canada. But I searched high and low for this book because I really, really enjoy James Gurney's other books. And it's not that it's a bad book. It's a good book. I found it wasn't adding, unlike James Gurney's other books, which I feel like they have like endless rereading potential, I felt like it wasn't adding much for me. So there's not a huge amount of rereading potential, and I would love for it to go to someone who would appreciate it. So, yeah. Which book is that? Sorry, it's by James Gurney and Thomas Kincaid. And it's The Artist's Guide to Sketching. It's out of print. But I think originally printed in like the 80s or something. That's been out of print for quite a while. So it tends to go for some absurd prices sometimes. Yeah, congrats on your win. I paid $61 plus tax, and shipping came to $73-ish. That's actually a pretty good price. I've seen it go for a lot more. Congrats. Anyway, I'm not shipping anything out right now, but I do own that book and have been actually meaning to offer it up to people who would appreciate it. I've actually already found someone to tell me what to sketch. The problem is lack of time. I doubt the book would help. Well, I'm available to boss you around on a monthly basis. It's very generous. This author right now, so I'd like to briefly research his style. Yeah, it's James Gurney and Thomas Kincaid. So James Gurney is the author of Dinotopia. He also wrote Color and Light and what's it called? Imaginary Realism. Which are two amazing art books, which are in print and much cheaper. Thomas Kincaid has passed away. He was known as the painter of light, and he was an oil painter who did like pastoral scenes with bright lights and stuff. James Gurney is amazing. Hi Kelly, how are you? Sorry, I'm just gonna get up and stretch. I'll be right back. Ooh. Stretch out my back. Whew. Alright, back to work. Talk to you about it on Discord later. Yeah, I think the challenge for you is going to be shipping things to Brazil is always an exciting experience. But yes, we can definitely chat. And I'm happy to ship it to you if you want. It's really just about what that might cost on your end. But on the other hand, at least you won't have to pay for buying it on top of the import. Gurney and Kincaid basically traveled all over and painted for people on site. I remember in an interview, Gurney said they got so good because each individual, yeah. It's a neat book. It's very, very different from James Gurney's more recent books, where in his more recent books, it's like very much about, you know, techniques, you know, the stuff I nerd out about with going over techniques and how light works and how to interpret things and how our eyes work and all of that stuff. And his This Artist Guide to Sketching it's a very different feel of a book. Sorry, I'm having trouble explaining myself here, and I'm getting lost in my... Lane like a road, but get laney, lane, yeah, lane, Lance. Lanya is nice. My sister is Manya. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who struggles to like find when sometimes I'll have a notification on Instagram and I think I literally I can't find it. Like am I looking for a message? Am I looking for like where do I go? And you click on things. Eh, very frustrating. And there. Oh, sorry. We're back. Everyone back? Okay, cool. Thanks. Sorry about that. I'm getting pinwheel again. Uh-oh. What's going on? But no, it's okay. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm just glad to be painting. I didn't get much painting in the time in the last few days. Just wasn't feeling super great, so I was getting lots of sleep, which is, you know, good, but sometimes I just want to paint. So I'm glad that I'm getting this painting time now and actually doing something fun with it. What is going on? let's try to get some of these shapes in. So of course, as I always do, I go outside and I find something cool to draw. It's like super complicated. But it's so cool. This totally seems appropriate for a afternoon stream. Well, I'm glad that's the impression I give off during those streams, because I always feel like I draw right when I'm just drawing on my own, but when people are watching me, suddenly that's when every line is just not where it should be. And alright. And Pinot Noir again, that was okay. E hiccups, looks good. Always says drawing skills, all about practice. I'm sorry. It seems like my home internet is really acting up. So I've switched internet. Should be okay now. Although when it comes to reading your comments, I'm a little behind. Yeah. Let's see about getting some really fine lines in there. Where's my liner? Alright, I'll use this little dot thinger to get the really teeny tiny little lines. When I really feel like that I can't draw at all is when I'm teaching a class, especially in person. Oh my goodness. Here, let me demonstrate how to do this thing. And of course, that's the one time that I can't do it at all. Do as I say, not as I do. The situation with Dan's sketchbook has been worrying me because the postal service has been most unhelpful about it. Yeah, they're still holding it hostage? Oh my goodness. I still can't send anything to the States, so I'm guessing we are accepting anything either. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, wow. I'm not gonna take calls right now. That's why teaching is so stressful, yeah. I couldn't get a shipment from Germany, but they have had 2 deliveries from China, so very confused. Yeah, I can't quite figure out what the hell's going on with the postal services. I'm not shipping anything right now because I'm in lockdown, and I just can't really justify to myself going to the post office and taking that risk. Even though it's open and lots of people are completely ignoring restrictions. The situation locally is pretty bad, and I'm mostly just hiding inside. Okay, so we're just gonna let that do its thing. Well, that's pretty cool. I like that pattern it's making. Glad you're keeping safe. Yeah, I mean, I say this, and yet, like, I'd much rather be here than where you are, Lucy. You know, our hospitals are overwhelmed, but when Canadian hospitals are overwhelmed, it's still, you know, the truth is, if I did catch it, I would probably get treated. So all my packages are disappearing. I've been using the pickup service from the post. It works well so far. I don't think we have a pickup. Well, I don't know what you're describing exactly. I don't think that that's available here. They've been pretty good since the pandemic started about delivering most of my packages to my door. Like unless it's signature required or it needs to be paid or something, then but like most things, just get delivered and dropped off without me having to go anywhere to pick them up. So that part is good. In terms of mailing though, I mean, I could FedEx things, but it's much more expensive. And then they would pick up, but the post office won't. The other thing is if I had a postage meter, I could print off postage and drop it off at the box at the corner, but I don't have a postage meter. I don't even have a printer, so that's not happening. Also, the Artemida on the package also disappeared. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of disappearing packages. And yes, I know you're patient. When I had those packages go missing last year, you were just like completely chill. Everyone else was worried. And you were like, oh no, whatever, you know, the packages will arrive eventually. I'm sure they will, but. You can make your own paper stumps if the mail won't deliver yours. Okay, let's get you guys a close-up of what I'm actually doing here. Is that better? Oh. Take care, Luzinha. Boa noite. Esquece-me sempre que você fala português. Yeah, Brazilian português. Falo português brasileiro, mas falo português. This is back to the Rosemary & Co. Sable Blend. I've mostly been using this number 3 Rosemary & Co. brush. What red / brown did I decide to go with? I'm using Carmine from Da Vinci. It's a PV19, but it's very, very reddish for a PV19. Like it's like a quinacridone rose, but it's like a really burnt red, like a. So this is my little wheel that I'm using. Do that and forgot. It's fine. It's nice to be using stuff that's mostly in my main palette. I've been enjoying just working out of that palette and then occasionally adding just 1 or 2 other colors, but just working with one basic set of colors. It's a nice change. Used to switch it up for every painting, but it's nice to get to know how a given set of colors works. Hey, whoa, that's quite the bright look there. That's a little more than I intended. Let's blend that out. Really does look lovely. Thanks. Thanks, Alex. I feel like it's getting a bit of like a brush painting, like a Chinese brush painting look. Sumi or whatever. I think that Gabor's watermelon will be the perfect subject to try and use the Mars Lithograph black pencils. Tell me how those go. I've heard about them and I've never actually tried them. Use the eraser for texture. Oh, that would be interesting. You're painting the inside of a watermelon, I presume. Like a slice of watermelon? The whole watermelon, because I hate myself. But the outside or, okay. That'll be some interesting shading challenge. Watermelon is striped, yes. Well, that seems like a neat challenge. But hey, you know, clearly I know nothing about starting projects because I hate myself. Recently, I had the realization that kids nowadays will probably never eat a watermelon with seeds in it and was disproportionately upset about it. Every drawing of slices has the seeds. Well, so clearly the answer to this is to start gardening, because if you buy watermelon seeds, it's way cheaper to get the seeded watermelons, obviously. It's way easier to grow seeds for them. And then you can save seeds. Also, they're tastier. Also, spitting out watermelon seeds is like, especially as a child, is, you know, an integral part of enjoying watermelons. I'll get off my soapbox. That's why you need water-soluble graphite. You can mix it with regular graphite, so you can do the details with a pencil if you're more comfortable with that, and then you can paint the larger areas. So this is why I like this carbon stuff, is it mixes really nicely with graphite and charcoal pencils, etc. So you can do your monochrome studies without, okay, oh boy, it's gonna be quite, you're going to have to. Children need to experience seeded watermelons. This is a good idea, but I can never get the gradients good with this water-soluble ones. You grew watermelons as a kid? I ate watermelons as a kid. I grew up in downtown Toronto. My parents had a garden starting when I was, well, we moved when I was about 5 to a house that had a little backyard. And to be honest, I don't think we really grew much of anything. Like there's like one little raspberry bush and, you know, a bunch of herbs, but nothing, no like major garden. I did a gardening program at, there's like a little hobby farm near where I grew up. So I did 4-H as a little kid, raised sheep, and later did a gardening program, so I did some gardening at the farm. When my parents bought their current house, I think my mom tried to do like a proper garden one year, and we grew like pumpkins or squash or something, and just like tons of that. But really gardening's been more my thing rather than my parents' thing. Chili and lime juice on watermelon is super yummy. Though chili and lime juice on so many things is super yummy. Just don't get along with my family salting it. Salted watermelon. That's interesting. Brace yourselves, friends. When we buy a house, I will have lots and lots of questions. I'm here for you. I'm here for all of it. My partner eats it with salt too. Okay, now I have to try this. Like, I'm just so confused. Okay, actually, I've had watermelon salad that's got like feta and watermelon, and that is actually really tasty. So I think I might, you know, I've never had just like watermelon slices with salt, but I can sort of see how that would work. I know that this was brought up as a like, this is heresy and nobody should ever do it, but y'all, I think you just convinced me to try this thing. All right, nerds, who here is good at not killing plants? Well, I mean, I will say, like, I'm good at growing plants, but a lot of it has been, you know, through killing a lot of them. And some trial by fire, like finding plants that suffer my, that survive my particular brand of abuse. Bye, Paulo. Boa noite. I do get olives or feta, but the watermelon itself should still be sweet. Yeah. Like it's a salad, and then it's got watermelon in it, and I really enjoy that. I love tomatoes, but they do not love me. Raw tomato or a green bell pepper hurt me. Like allergies wise or something? That's interesting. Hurt me as in I get the worst acid reflux, but I can eat chilies 24/7 and fine. Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird. Okay, huh. Okay, I'm getting a bit of a hunger headache. Now, I want your guys' advice, because I'm just going to come back and paint some more, but I do need to eat. Otherwise, hunger headache. I'm happy to keep the stream on. How is everyone feeling? How much of an audience do I have? Hubs is still watching poker, so I'm here for it. Okay. All right then. So in that case, I am going to go briefly grab myself a snack, and then I'll come back with my snack. and I can get back to painting. So I think that's my plan for the evening anyway. Right after I take my meds, that's why I have a headache. Oh my goodness. Okay. One moment. Hello, hello. Okay, so I've got bread, cinnamon bread with knockoff Nutella. It's really good. Food is so good. UK does not understand that cinnamon has more uses than hot cross buns. Cinnamon is good in everything. Yeah, cinnamon belongs in everything. I agree. Coffee, sweets, savories, cinnamon should work like black pepper and salt. Yes, black pepper, salt, cinnamon, and vanilla, but only for sweets. Real vanilla though, not fake vanilla. Cinnamon done its best gum. Yes, give Dante a book for me too. Okay. All right, that was tasty. Also, I'm old. Close Up used to be a toothpaste brand that was cinnamon, but I'm not sure it exists now. I've never heard of it, but also I'm Canadian, so it's possible that it was never here. We do have somewhat different brands sometimes. But I would totally use cinnamon toothpaste. I also really enjoy clove toothpaste. Oh, yeah. Vanilla lime. Also, who hates mint? That's so weird. Like, I'm all for other flavors of toothpaste. Variety is the spice of life. But, hating mint? That's unfortunate. Mint's tasty. He was convinced for years that I hated mint because I don't like lamb, and he associated that it was the mint. Maybe you just don't like lamb? Like, you can have lamb without mint. Those two things don't have to be associated. These are the same lamp that I made sour cream enchiladas for with chicken stock and sour cream. Like the sauce. You made the sauce with chicken stock and sour cream. There wasn't even black or white pepper. So there was no spice. That's very unfortunate. No pepper of any kind. Was there... Like, so were they just imagining the spice? I'm trying to understand this. Yeah, that seems like they're just like trying to make trouble. I don't know. When my older brother and sister were adopted, they thought that the sauce at Taco Bell was spicy, but you know, at least that contains spice. And they got used to it pretty quick. Like, they can all handle their spice now. Made sweet potato chili with habaneros tonight, and he was good. Oh man, that sounds delicious. Like, actually so good. Painting looks amazing, by the way. It's so awesome to see it coming to life. Thank you. Are we spinnies of death again? I don't like it when we spinnies of death. Oh, and we're back. Okay, good. I do enjoy spice, but my Scot-Irish bod enjoys it a little less. I'll be eating Indian food, sweating and crying and saying it's delicious. Oh, I could do some Indian food. Oh my goodness, could I ever do some Indian food right now? Oh, oh, that's what I want in my life. Perhaps I should arrange to get some Indian food into me. Jordan? I'm running an extra long stream because I got carried away with my painting. And Alex just mentioned Indian food. Okay.
So you're ordering Indian food?
Yeah. Or you're ordering Indian food because I'm streaming.
Yeah, you're way better at ordering Indian food. Who's on you?
But I'm streaming.
Whose fault is that?
Kitties?
Just order yourself some food and turn it into a mukbang stream.
What was it the other day when Stephen was talking about I should just stream for 24 hours? Oh yeah. Food. All right. Well, I'm gonna keep painting for a bit, but then we've decided what I'm having for dinner tonight. Oh yeah. But still prefer spicy that warms you up and not cooks you. My spice tolerance has gone down a little. It used to be very, very high. But still pretty high. Still reasonably spice tolerant. I'm still very much going to enjoy my Indian food. Oh, yes. I wish I'd gotten a good picture, wrote down palette setup before hecking dropping it. There are 6 Mars black on here. I'll rearrange, but even making swatch sheet is just... So what you're saying is if you were to make a mixing chart from this palette of yours, Alex, it would look something like my beautiful color wheel here. Awesome, we're on the same wavelength. Alex, you got filtered, and didn't I already make you a mod? Let me make you a mod again. Add moderator. Hi, Joy. Good morning. How are you? Are you here to tell me that it's the end of my workday? Because you're wrong, I'm gonna keep painting and eventually I'll stop and then I'll order Indian food. We've decided. Okay, so Joy, I have 2 things to show you. The first one is, it's really beautiful in Canada. Okay, so the first one is actually, I started out today with the intention of doing a very, very, very limited palette. We're gonna call it Canadian Spring. And it's the 3 Schminke charcoal, liquid charcoal things. So here you go. Then we decided to make a slightly less limited Canadian Spring palette here. This is Canadian Late Spring, I guess. And what I'm painting is why you actually want to come visit in Canadian Spring. I'm just trying to bribe you to come here. Except probably not right now because, you know, COVID. So I have, this is a maple that's budding. It's really gorgeous. So I decided that I wasn't going to paint that in all blacks, hence the new Canadian Spring palette. And also, I transplanted my little buddy. Here we go. I have a little grow light in my studio, and this is my my little feijoa seedling. Isn't he cute? He's such a cute little baby. Was feijoa, yeah. It's a native Brazilian relative of a guava. That's, you know, sort of known in Brazil and very popular in New Zealand. And I'm growing all sorts of things that don't grow in my climate because if I grow enough of them, then I'm going to fill up all my windows here. And then I'm going to need to build a subtropical greenhouse. Yeah, they are gorgeous, aren't they? They're apparently very tasty too, like the flowers are tasty, so that's cool. I've had the fruit. I don't think I've had the flowers. You absolutely did not. We are now completely, we are boycotting all things. You did miss the discussion of what our Primatech paints earlier on, and how very upset we all are. But Daniel Smith's lying. He missed all sorts of stuff. Oh, I mean the real article, the actual Jordan. Yeah, Jordan came by earlier. I tried to get him to order me Indian food, and he didn't because he's very mean, and he told me to order it myself. Neuron! Buddy! Are you here to help? You're here to help? Okay. Let's be helpful then. Baby. Yeah, baby. Okay, let's get the delicate stuff out of the way. That's right, because you're a little terrorist and I don't want your paw prints. Okay, let's lift these up. Okay. Hey, bud. Hey. Yeah. Hello. Oh, is it itchy here? Call it a day. Bye. See you on Sunday. And next week. Bye-bye. Oh, hey, yes. Oh. Yeah, who's a little fur Yoda? Yes, you. It's you. Are you done? Are you just showing your butt to the camera? What's going on now? You're showing your butt to the camera. Okay. Buddy. Okay, are we done? Bye. Secretly produced a lot as a big surprise this year. Also, like yours, it's seedling grown. That's exciting. That's super awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing what mine will eventually produce when it's, you know, a bit bigger. But it's tiny, so. Yeah, okay. And then I'm gonna plug something in. Okay, let's plug the iPad in then. They've got like, if you take a guava and you make it more like a pineapple, but also kind of more like a pear, and also like add some floral stuff to it. We can't get them here, but I'm desperate to figure out how to grow finger limes here. Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether I want to grow finger limes. I've had finger limes. The truth is, like, they're kind of a neat novelty, but I mean, it has a little bit of a sour note, but yeah, mostly sweet. It's like guava if you take away the guava and you add a bunch of other stuff. Joy, I learned it from the best. Okay. Next up. What is going on with these? All right, so that goes here, there, and that goes there. I love when I'm traveling to just visit grocery stores. That's kind of a goofy thing, but like when we were in Australia, we went to Melbourne first, and we're visiting some family friends, and they asked, like, is there anything in particular that you want to see? And I was like, to be honest, a grocery store, because they're just like, it's a weird cultural experience no matter where you go. Masters of unhelpful contradictory advice. Doesn't hurt that I was raised a good Southern boy, so no matter what I'm served, I will eat it and be thankful. I'm picky about some things, but guys, I struggle to remember how to open a cereal box. I feel your struggle. That has been me the past week. But see, I finally got to sit down and just paint something, so I'm like really happy now. I didn't do anything else today. Just decided like, no, I'm just gonna save my energy for the stream. So that was that, and I'm not gonna do anything after because I'm just gonna order Indian food. So that's my plan for today. I'm going into the studio on Monday. We've had 2 vacant spots at my art studio since last March. And I kept on waiting, like, oh, it'll get better, it'll get better, it'll get better, and it's not getting better. So I got 2 calls about renting studio space yesterday, like 2 on the same day, and decided, you know what, fine. We're going to rent out the 2 spots. I'm gonna do a virtual tour, so I'll go in and do a tour, and then figure out a way to get people their keys so that if people want studio space, we can offer studio space. The end. Definitely could be my eyes playing tricks on me, but first glance it appears the particles in hematite genuine may be slightly different size from particles in hematite genuine stick. Yes, I believe that a few of the sticks behave differently than the tube paints. And again, this is one of those stupid things where, like, I wouldn't think anything of it with most brands, but because Daniel Smith has been so bad about just straight up lies on their packages, now I question everything they say. Studio space would be wonderful for some people about now. Yeah, but so I think I can do this safely. I'm just gonna go in, but I'll go in, but just do a virtual tour. And then if somebody wants the space, you know, we can figure out what we need to do to get them their keys. But like once they're there, I'm less concerned. We were just concerned about, you know, bringing new people in and giving tours and etc. And I just didn't really want to think about it with everything else going on. But it's been a while. So one more thing. The Primatech have benefits of many of them being magnetic. I don't have all the Primatech, but realistically, I'd also be happy not giving Daniel Smith any more money. I mean, like, I'm not, you know, I think I might be done buying from Daniel Smith until they sort out whatever they're, like, they have some shit they need to sort out. And, you know, maybe they'll just figure this out on their own, I'm hoping. Because it does seem like they're, you know, they're reacting and like lashing out right now in a way that's really unhelpful. But, you know, it's possible that they could just apologize, relabel their stuff. I don't know. Yeah. Just kind of annoyed. Yes, there are a few colors that I would probably want to continue to have, but at least for most colors which are easily replaceable, perhaps let's look at those more. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you know, I do have a few Primatech in my various palettes. Like the green apatite is, you know, it's really pretty neat and pretty unique. Jadeite is pretty cool. I just, yeah, not super impressed with the lying on their packaging, not super impressed with the handling. The stuff yesterday, so I'll use what I have, but unless something changes, probably not going to be ordering too much more. Okay, I need to stretch again. Last back completely kill me? Ooh. Mom and I are having a big conversation about how they should have handled it. Okay, I am eager to hear your thoughts. And your mom's thoughts. Personally, I think they were challenged directly. They should have asked the community how they should label them now that the trade secret is out. Yes. Yes, and I guess I am still slightly hopeful that they might come to their senses and do that. Like, there's an apology there that's possible. Like, you know, we started with this goal of making a line of paints from genuine stones, and we got caught up in this and matching them, and sorry. We know that these are very popular formulas. How should we label them? What blows my mind right now is the purpurite one. Where that one could have been the genuine pigment. You can make paint out of that. It's expensive, but you can make it. And it makes good paint. That's very similar to the paint they actually made, only they made the paint, they made their purpurite genuine out of manganese violet. And I feel like we all kind of knew this information to at least some extent, but make helpful they are not. Yeah, and I feel like I was kind of just allowing myself to just not think about it to some extent. And I guess I didn't quite expect the gall of calling manganese violet purpurite genuine. Like, I thought that, okay, well, they're clearly adding some stuff to this paint. And it kind of slipped my mind, honestly, what you brought up in the chat was I'm sure I've seen the labels, like I own these paints, right? But it had slipped my mind completely forgotten I actually had to go and check the labels on my own paints when you pointed out that the label on the side where it says the pigment information, they literally list a single pigment for each one. That's not there. Or that is there in trace amounts. Like, that's not being misleading or disingenuous, or that's just straight up lying. The thing is, they harp about it being expensive to make, and that's why we pay so much for it. But just once you get to the sticking to your guns on the lies, my faith in you really wavers. Well, this is the thing, like, it's the purpurite, I think, that did me in more than anything. Like, looking at Amazonite was like, yeah, okay. I mean, I knew that. But, But literally, pigments, genuine hematite. By being consistent with your other tubes, you're actively lying. None of this omission one. Nonsense. Okay, so with hematite, their hematite looks pretty identical to every other hematite paint that I've tried that's made with ground up hematite. And hematite isn't expensive. Now, I don't know. I would assume that they're actually using hematite for that. And I mean, I guess that's the excuse I would see, is if they could point to, you know, a bunch of their Primatex and say, this one's exactly what's on the tube, and this one's exactly what's on the tube, and this one's what's on the tube, and we were asked to make amethyst, and, you know, you cannot make a purple paint out of amethyst crystals, so we made something that looks like, we used amethyst and we mixed it with other stuff. But, you know, you can't use that excuse if the purpurite, it's available, it's a pigment that's available that they could use, that's just a little bit more expensive to use the genuine stuff, but instead they use the synthetic version. I was not aware of other paint companies using genuine hematite in their paints. I've only seen those in Schminke and Roman Schmal, and neither of those are magnetic. Yeah, so Schminke has one, Roman Schmal has one, and a number of like handmade paint companies offer it. So like you can buy the pigment from Kramer or any number of pigment companies. They could have just not disclosed contents at all on the Primatech paints. Right, so that was the thing with the labeling, was initially I was like, well, they don't have labels on, like they don't say what's in them. Well, except they do, except they print it right on the side with what's in them, and it's a lie, so. Okay, there's been an exciting moment finally in the poker. Someone was so excited they tore their ACL after winning a hit. Well, that's one hell of a poker tell. And then there's more stuff. Background here, yeah? Alright, so I could just here. Oh, 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 oh. Does anyone want to talk cat vomit? I mean, I'm here for you if you need to talk about cat vomit, I guess. Whatever you need, Joy. I am making paint, and I feel obligated to tell people if they ever want some, what I used, etc. I have had a couple of surprises, but would tell people I just found this out. Honesty can be difficult, but not really. This is what bugs me. And the whole lies of omission thing. Like, I guess if you must, there are brands like handmade paint makers, and I don't buy. Okay. Actually, I just figured out why this makes me so angry. There are handmade paint makers in the world who I have refused to buy from because they don't publish their pigment information. And when I asked them, they said, no, it's a trade secret. Okay, fine, I won't support you. But those are individual people mixing paints in their living room. And here's an actual company with actual employees who's actually a business, and I just believed that when they say something on their website, or on their packaging that says this is what's in the paint, that it's some kind of semblance of true. And so I'm punishing handmade paint makers, you know, I'm basically boycotting them for what's really a much smaller offense. I would no issue telling someone these 2 pigments in this quantity with this much binder. Well, I mean, the truth is, like, if somebody wants to make paint, they can just make paint, right? It's not like there's nothing that you're going to do in like reasonably in making paint that can't just be fairly easily duplicated, short of, you know, sourcing your own pigments somehow, but even then. But like all of the paint makers are buying from the same sources. There's very, very little that you're gonna do that's really like, there's nothing new under the sun. But the truth is, like, most people aren't going to make their own paint. I'm not going to make my own paint, and I know how, and I have the pigments. So I still buy them. It doesn't even make financial sense for most people to make their own pigments, so make their own paint. So it's not, like, it's one of these things where if you feel like that's why you're selling paint, then you're really, then you're all that less special. I feel this way similarly about like teaching people techniques. Like there are people who are very protective of their art techniques. Like, oh, you know, I won't share this. I won't tell you, you know, what. I won't tell you how I do this because then you might copy my technique. And if you really, like, if it's actually true that, you know, your entire what makes you unique as an artist can be boiled down to something that could be explained in a few sentences, then you're really not that unique. So, you know, people ask me questions, how did you do this, whatever, like, of course I'll answer. And there's a lot that, you know, yeah, you could learn. You could learn to paint just like me. I mean, it would take as long as, or at least the same order of magnitude, like, yeah, sure, practice for a decade and, you know, you can do this too. Individual techniques, yeah, absolutely. You can learn right away and I'll help you along the way, but like I'm not worried about someone coming in and, you know, learning what colors I mixed and suddenly I'm out of business, like, eh. And I feel likewise about paint making. Like, If that's really all there is to your business, then there really isn't much to your business. It's not even boycott status so much as I'm not interested in buying paints if the pigments aren't disclosed. Your product does not meet my needs. But with Daniel Smith now, people are talking. Well, right, exactly. So with individual paint makers, I guess I just feel kind of dumb that I was supporting Daniel Smith when what they're doing is so much more egregious than someone just not disclosing their pigments. Like, if you don't disclose your pigments, then I don't know if they're light fast. I don't know if they're, I don't know how they behave. I don't know whatever. They're not going to meet my needs. I'm not going to buy them. But what Daniel Smith is doing is much more egregious, where it's not just that they're not disclosing it. I mean, there might be, but also cats sometimes just throw up. Like, it's possible she just ate something. Or ingested too much of her own fur. Right, I think I also just prefer to not think about it. Yeah, right. The ones that I have no clue on are, I bought some mica, but no clue if they've added stuff. Right. Pigments unknown is also an acceptable listing. Right. Yep. Actually, I guess that's another thing. is there was like Winsor Newton got some flack for releasing pigments that for releasing paints with undisclosed pigments. And when you contacted them, they actually disclosed exactly what was going on there. They didn't put the pigment numbers on a few things because they didn't have pigment numbers. Likewise, Schminke, when they first released their cobalt violet hue, they didn't put a pigment on it because it didn't have a pigment, because PV62 wasn't assigned. This happens. But all of those companies, if you contact them, they tell you what's going on. You contact Daniel Smith and they tell you, oh, we're grinding up amethyst. No, you're not. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Neuron would not be impressed if we brought another cat into the house. Oh boy. He's such a little brat and has such a, like, only child syndrome. I have some gross kitty vomit stories next. If Alex should go first, though. Okay, water refill. Okay, go on, Alex. A few hours later, I come out to the All right, I think I am reaching my capacity for painting today, but I'm gonna fetch a cat because we need to do some cat shaming, and that is best done with the little brat here. So I'm gonna go fetch him so that we can tell stories about Neuron, and then I'll end that there. All right. First, move this out of the way. Right. Because this is where the killer goes. Oh. Okay, buddy. Yes. Boop. Okay, and then we put the lid on this. Yeah. Hey. Hi, bud. Hello. You. Okay. So let's talk about you and your little bratty behaviors. Okay. So you see, we get him beef liver treats, or we used to when he was a little kitten. And you can get them in kitty sizes, which are like a little zip top bag, and they're tiny, or for the same price you can get like a big yogurt container full of these things sold for dogs. So of course we got the big yogurt container thing. And little buddy here, yes, you're the little buddy, was too clever for his own good. Yes, you, too clever for your own good. I know, you don't like the kitty shaming. Too bad. Right. So he learned how to open the cabinets. Yeah. And so we had these loose cabinets at our first apartment, and he could open them. So one day we came home, and he was a teeny tiny little baby, weighed all of like 2 kilos, 4 pounds. And he had opened the cabinet, knocked the yogurt container full of cat treats out of the cabinet, chased it around the floor, left all sorts of bite prints on it until it snapped open, eaten half the container of Kidder treats, And he was flopped over on his side. Are you going to show your side? You going to show your side? You going to show your belly? No, you don't show your belly to the camera? Only to Mama? What if I put you on him? What if I put you down? No? Okay. Okay, okay. We don't need to do that. Yeah, you're still happy. You're still happy, even though you don't want to lie on your back today. Yep, scraps. Right. Anyway, so he had his little distended belly all stuck out. He was just happy. He didn't throw up that time, but you see, he also likes chewing on things. So, as well as dog treats, he also had a dog toy for little dogs. And now you get toys for what? You get toys that are tested on tigers, don't you? Yeah. You get toys for big dogs and you still chew them to bits, because when he was a little kidder, we got him a toy for little dogs and he chewed the end off of it and swallowed it. And then you didn't feel so good, did you? No. So you hung out by my feet because you were so sick and you didn't feel so good. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Right, there you go. Okay. Yeah, so then what did you do? Yeah, then you threw up at my feet. Uh-huh. Oh, I feel so much better, Mama, right? Right? So then I got up, straight into the puddle of cat barf? Yeah? With the end of your toy that you'd swallowed? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whippy, whippy. Okay, say bye to the camera. I think that's it for cat shaming today. Yeah? Okay. What? You're on the table now. What about now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you stepping on my paint? What are you doing? Okay, say bye. Say bye-bye to the camera. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You gonna talk? Say bye-bye. Yes, you've had to go to the emergency vet too, haven't you? But that wasn't your fault. No. No, that wasn't your fault. Okay, bye. Yeah, well, it's also over. Welcome back, Lana, and goodbye. That was the end of that. Hello, yeah, no, we did a little bit of cat shaming, but I'm quite done painting. I'm gonna order myself some Indian food, but I will be on Discord if you want to chat. Yeah, bye-bye.